Alright, so we're here at MopedGP Midwest, and we're doing some checks on some audio and some stuff like that, so we'll be looking on that, hopefully making sure you can hear everything alright. But we wanted to get started so you can kind of give everyone some information on what we do at these events, get you familiar with some of the formats. We try out here at Midwest to run similar rules as the West rules. I believe MopedGP East does a few things differently, but we're going to give you a rundown of what we do, and yeah, whether that's in regards to the classes, how we kind of set up this track, maybe give you some previews of some of the racers, and then once the actual races begin, we'll be focusing on that. So if you don't know us already, I'm Travis King. This is
Tyler Rozonki.
And yeah, we got this event this year. Shane Johnson's been doing all the work, and he's also trying to race all the classes we're gonna go through here in just a moment. And then also Tom Harmet's been putting it on. So if you end up coming out to one of these, make sure you give a lot of love to those two. And for now, we're gonna just jump into classes so you can know what to expect. And we're gonna kind of give you a breakdown of some of the rules right here. And the first class that you're gonna see is the Stock Plus class. What Stock Plus means, it's stock. Regular stock bikes can be in this, but we allow quite a bit of modification. But as you can see, it needs to start as a stock frame and a stock bottom end, which means, as far as for those of you who might not be fully into mopeds at this point, just the engine cases overall. We allow the top end, it says 50 cc's max. Everyone traditionally starts with a stock cylinder, allows a lot of porting, modifications to that cylinder, different heads, items like that. Transmission, in this class we run what we call variated, non-variated bikes, so bikes like Puchs, Tomos, run against Peugeots, Hobbits, Motobicanes, and Derbies, and so pretty much any kind of transmission is allowed in this. 1 speeds, 2 speeds, but not too much modification there. But as long as it started as a stock part on something, you can mix and match. And then carb is a pretty hard, simple rule we keep there, 15 millimeter max. And then exhaust is free realm. So there's a lot of variety in this class, and today I would say this might be one of the more exciting races as far as for a particular battle. We'll get into that when it starts. But that's stock class. The next class that you'll see, actually, in terms of order we're running today, is variated. And that's where we differentiate between bikes like Puchs and Tomoses and other single speeds and 2-speed wet clutches, more or less, versus dry clutch variated bikes. And that what variated, it's both dual variated, single variated, whatever on that. But any modifications to the frame, be a fully custom frame, doesn't really matter. We run that pretty loose. Bottom end can be stock, modified, aftermarket, as you see there. So you can buy cases that have bigger transfers, that are modified for bigger cylinder kits. Lots of things there. There is a hard cap on the top end size, 70 cc max. We tend to limit that to kits that are designed for mopeds specifically, but you can mix and match. If it was designed for a Puch and you want to run it on a variated case, don't really care on that. When it comes to transmission, lots of modification here on any of the bikes going on, whether that's in the variator or the clutch or the pulleys, and everything's it's pretty much almost, it's hard to say what the limits are sometimes. We'll get to a big point.
I don't think there is a limit.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything that someone would show up with that we would not let them run.
Yeah, carb size, not a big deal. Exhaust, not big deals. Then after that, they're going to run non-variated. So this is where the Puchs and Tomoses you'll see a lot. V1s you see sometimes. I don't think there's any V1s that are running this year, but we do see them from time to time. So for a little bit of challenge for those of you all watching, or whether that's live right now or the recording if we share it, bring out a V1 to get some diversity in this class for us. But similar in terms of bottom end, you can mix and match stuff.
Yeah, it's essentially the same as the variated rules, just it's the transmission difference that is why we break those up.
Yeah, because there's some potential advantage, but depending on the rider, we've seen battles out west between
Single speed bikes and variated bikes. It's not as big of a difference as we once thought it was.
Yeah, the rider goes so far, especially on the technical course that this is, and the course out west is really technical. There's a pretty tight hairpin out east at the course they usually race, but overall it's a little faster track, I would say, than this track. And so that's the big difference. The last class is unlimited, and that's pretty much bring what you have. It's an opportunity to race the variated class versus the non-variated class, so people can have those battles. And I mean, we allow scooter kits on bikes. And you have to bring something obnoxiously overpowered for us to not consider it for that. But the rule we always come back to in any of this is it's twofold. A, we want you out here, so please come out anytime you see an opportunity. You'll have fun. And the other is so that there's a fairness and a challenge, so the race is fun to watch and engage in. So yeah, if you have a bike that you don't think is competitive, just bring it. Simple as that. So those are the classes. Again, it's going to go stock class first, then variated, then non-variated, and then unlimited. And it's going to be 8 laps as far as the finals today. They did 6 laps of practice already. And I'm trying to think of other things in
As far as classes go, I think that pretty much wraps it up. But we can move into what sort of the structure of the event is. Because you kind of mentioned some heat races, so a little bit of explanation on that is...
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, I can take it. We'll close this classes out. So the way we structure this event is typically we do a pole position, a heat race, and then a final. So the pole position is essentially open track, typically 15-20 minutes per class. And for that 15-20 minutes, you can kind of enter and leave the track at your leisure. The point of it is to put down the fastest lap time you can. And in the pole position, the results determine the starting position for the heat races.
And as far as those time trials, it's really fun to watch those because you get to challenge people on the track that are in your class, but it's not for particular laps. And then it's also an opportunity to make quick shifts to your bike because in 20 minutes you might be able to come back out and check something and go.
It's a little preview of like what of things to come. So yeah, the two big reasons why we do that is primarily sort of making sure we have a good grid line. You know, we want to make sure that the fastest guys are in front to make that first corner as safe as possible for everyone involved. So after the pole position, the grid order is determined for the heat race. And the heat race, exactly what it sounds like, it's a race. The finishing position of the heat race determines your grid position of the finals. So it all kind of like flows into one another. So sometimes you'll see people, you know, do really, really well in pole position or do bad in pole position and then come out in a heat, throw it down.
And go in a totally different direction because either they're worse in traffic and it changes up the dynamic. And yeah, we're going to take a break here. They're doing the national anthem. starting off with describing the flow of it. So we had the heats that have already taken place today. Then that's determined the grid setup and pole position for the finals. That's what we're going to be focusing on today. And before we get into any other things, as you can hear, we have a nice intercom in our location out here in Delmar, Iowa. It's Cartway 61. They have been excellent to us for the past 4 years that we've done it out here, and we just want to say a big thank you to them. If you are interested in even just getting some track time, reach out to them, and if you can find yourself here, I know Minneapolis is a little ways, Chicago's a little ways. It's very central to all of us because even from Omaha it's a little ways. But if you call out, reach out to them. They'll not most times if you can get on the track and get some practice in there. So reach out, keep them in mind, and we just want to say we really appreciate all that they've done for us when we've been working on this. So
And while we're on the topics of shout-outs, we mentioned who was sort of running the races earlier this year. Shane and Tom, thanks to them. Also, thanks to Treatland for sponsoring and providing some prize money. Also huge shout out to all the racers. And for anyone watching the stream, the reason anyone's here is because we love mopeds and love to do this stuff. So shout out if you love mopeds, I guess.
simple as that.
So you might be seeing people are starting to grid a little bit. We can give you a little tour of the track before things get going here. The SOC class is starting to grid. Let's switch this view.
And we're just a two-man. We're writing, producing, and directing here, and commentating. So if something's a little glitchy in there, just bear with us. We'll try to get it squared away. But yeah, he's getting some control figured out here, so we can show you the various parts of the track. Obviously, right now you're looking at the pits and the grid start line, and that's going to allow us to see that. We're going to move on to the start line there, so you can see that a little tighter and focus in on that. And it comes around, so where you see that line, when they line up, they'll be facing us, and they're going to be taking if you're on the track, they'll be taking this left-hander around the circle, and it's going to go up, and that's a little bit of an uphill climb, and then it goes to the right, and there's a little mellow chicane up there that it can be a good passing place, but it's a tricky one depending on the lines people take. And after that, it's a right-hander that bends slowly to the right, and it's going to come up here. Of course, we've been messing with this all day today, and it's been pretty on point, and now we're dealing with a little bit of that.
Seems to be a little slow.
We got a little lag,
There we go.
but now you can see this right-hander coming around, and as it's a little bit of a downhill on the right-hander, and it comes straight towards us if you're visually looking at it, it's to the right of the tents. And then we're updating a couple things here. It's going to take what we call a hairpin, and that's where a lot of action is going to be. You can still see it. The light pole's kind of in the middle of that hairpin. You're going to see a lot of passing. There's a lot of different lines people take through there, and we got some people pushing those lines. It should make for a lot of fun on that. And then that's a pretty good straightaway. Faster bikes make some quick passes there, but then they have to slow down a lot right as you see it kind of bend to the left on your screen, and because it goes to a steep uphill. Because there's a whole back section of the track there that you can't see, there's a lot of elevation change there, so things are going to change up. We'd love to have another camera back there, but there's only so much we can do. But there should be action going on the whole time while we're doing this. We might be picking up some ambient audio of a good old French bike. You can see that's James Culver who's going to be racing, as well as Tim Lawson looking at it. But it looks like James is quieting out a bike. But yeah, big, as we all know in mopeds who are doing this, people are always changing things at the last minute, including when a race is supposed to be starting here in a minute. So we're going to keep track of all this. It's going to be stock class here once they grid up. It'll probably take a moment for them to get in the grid lines, but we can kind of introduce who's going to be in this a little bit. So we're going to have Edward Manhart, who's going to be starting at the top of the grid. He's won this class multiple times now, both here and I believe in West. I think he's won or been in the top at least 2 or 3 places most times. He's on a modified Derby, Derby flat reed on a Vespa frame. Then we have Jesse Stevenson.
I think
It's
that's
his
technically
bike.
Hunter riding.
It's Hunter Malone riding Jesse Stevenson's stock Tomos, and he's been doing crazy good so far on that. Lots of work done to it. 855 motor with a pipe, fitting in those stock class rules. We have Lee Pinkerton on a Pookie 50 that's doing pretty solid up in that grid. We have Thomas Corwin on another, it's a Peugeot frame, but it's very similar to Ed's flat reed setup as far as modified stock bike. We have Alex Johnson, it's his first year out here. He's on a Honda, he's a big Honda lover, but I believe it has a Derby kit on it. I'm forgetting on that, so he can correct me and give me crap about that later. But I'm pretty sure it's a Derby flat reed cylinder on it that he's ported. We have Josh Davidson on a Honda Hobbit with a Proma. I'm not aware of how much is on that particularly. Then we have, let's see, we have Tom Harmet on another stock Tomos. This is, I think, one of Ed's extra bikes, so we got a loaner race bike, so that even happens out here. So if you come out, you're probably still going to be able to get on the track, even if you don't have a particular bike. We should be seeing Shane Johnson. We showed you in the pit, he's kind of cut out here at the moment, but he's still working on his stock bike. He's trying to race all classes this year whilst organizing, and that's a big, tall order. I've done it, and it's a move, to say the least. It's a power move, and Shane's about that. And then we have James Culver. James is not going to be racing in this class. He originally was going to be. And then I believe we finally have Thomas Chester on an Urban Express. We don't know a lot about Thomas Chester. I don't know if he's a local that came out here, and I apologize that we don't. We look forward to getting to know him more and maybe seeing him at more races after this. Unfortunately, we are having some camera difficulties, but we're getting it worked out, and we'll keep adjusting that as we need to. But they're gridded up right here. They're probably doing some final checks. We got to get the flaggers on the track and get them in position. You're going to see them get sent out. They're going to do a short parade lap, not 100% of a lap, but almost the whole lap. It's just an opportunity to warm up tires and make sure motors are staying together.
Yep.
Parts are staying on the bike.
We're going to bounce off for a second. I want to reboot a camera. I'll be right back.
We want to catch the race.
All right, we're back. Let's see if the camera's a little bit more responsive now.
So yeah, we're doing a lot of work with very minimal tools.
Yeah, much better. Okay.
So hopefully we're gonna always try and keep on that so you're not missing too much. But like I said, bear with us on that. But yeah, so I left out saying they're gonna do a parade lap. They'll come up right before that white line, and they'll get squared up, and then go.
So here we go. Looks like we're starting the parade lap.
So you're gonna see we run pretty low tire pressure on these tracks. Right around a little over 20, a little under 20 for some people. It's fairly warm today. The sun's out enough that the track's finally heated up earlier this morning. You definitely saw some sliding. You're probably going to see a couple people, especially on the chicane that's coming around right here. It's going to get pretty loose, but that's what they're trying to do, to get a little heat in the tires. It's hard to get a lot of heat in these moped tires because while for mopeds, some of them are fast. They're not easy to do. But a few of these guys get a lot of heat into it pretty quick. But you'll see some sliding from a couple people probably.
So now they're entering the back portion of the course that we don't have a good shot on. A little bit to describe what's back there. Maybe you already did this. It's a part of the track called, affectionately called, the Toilet Bowl. It's a big sweeping left-hander with a decent amount of elevation change.
Both down and then up.
Yeah, it goes down to the, yeah. It's a pretty sweet spot back there, but anyways, that's why they kind of disappear out of view for a while. So we'll have the excitement of losing vision of what's happening, and it's always interesting to see who emerges from the other side.
Yeah, because there's about 3 decent opportunities for a good pass if there's a battle going on back there. There's a little bit of a chicane at the top of it, and then a hard lefter, right, as you see him come over the hill back there towards the starting line. Like you might see some passes back there happen.
I think we're about to go.
Yeah, there we got. I feel terrible. I don't have his name. They're off. It's as simple as that. So we got someone in the grass starting the lane. Ed's taking the lead right out the gate. We got Ed and Hunter. So we got Derby Flat Reef versus a Tomos 2-speed. And this was the battle in the heats. It was really surprising. We have two totally different styles of riding. Hunter, I know, has a bit of a dirt bike racing background, so you're going to see his leg out coming here. You'll see he takes a tight inside line on that corner normally. But
he might be holding off. He knows his tires are cold. It takes a little bit before the grip gets there the way you want to, and it's especially, we see it a lot in sort of these finals when you really want to push it because it's the end and your tires are cold. So the smart move on everyone there, waiting to make sure they have heat in the tires before they really start getting at their race pace.
Yeah, so we're going to swing it. We're going to be always try and be ready to get the next, when they come over this hill, to see where it's at. And remember, this could be where things change, but from what we can see already,
Ed out in front.
You're going to see Ed coming out here in front, but Hunter's right there. And you're going to see maybe a difference in the line already. Yeah, there Hunter got right tighter on him there, but he's still a little behind. And then right after that, it looks like we have Lee on the E50 Pinto. And then we have Shane Johnson on a Moped that's modified. After that, we got Alex Johnson coming around. He should be right there. We have Tom. After that, we have Josh Davidson, Tom Cordwin.
It looks like Jake Kane has just pulled off the track. His exhaust is falling off.
Yeah, his exhaust is out of the cylinder. We'll show that maybe a bit later.
There he is.
Yeah, the good old thread into the cylinder MopedGP. Sometimes those threads don't hold out, is what I'm gonna guess, or they backed out. So the last person coming around the corner is Tom Ahmed on that pretty stock Tomos. I think literally all it has is a pipe.
Going back to the starting line now, see who's going to emerge from the back portion of the course.
So I can see right now, you're going to see him coming on screen right there. That's Ed Manhart, but right there, Hunter right in the line. And then actually Lee Pinkerton's not far behind at all for that E50 single speed. Ed has a lot of advantage with that transmission out of the corners, but Hunter's not giving him anything. So
Yeah, I mean, the Tomos is technically a 2-speed, but we were talking to Jesse Stevenson, who built the bike earlier, and he said essentially from the start line, you're in that second gear for the entirety of the race.
Yeah, so it's dialed in. I think he said he has a Z850 first clutch in it, but it's not being used. And if you saw it there, you saw Hunter get a little loose in that corner pushing it. Shane's there in fourth, and let's see who we got coming around. They're coming in here. And now we got Alex Johnson,
followed by Tom Cordwin.
So it looks like a good battle for 5th and 6th, and maybe Josh for getting in that 7th. So 4th and 5th seems to be a good battle in 1st and 2nd, and that's what we'll try to focus on in these races where the real change-ups are going to happen. So Ed made some distance, I think there.
Yeah,
he's coming around.
So it's an 8-lap race, which is kind of it's not unheard of, but you are very fatigued by the end of it, so I would be surprised to see that gap grow or shrink.
Yeah, it just depends on who's holding out.
And who's getting fatigued, how hard they're riding, and we'll see a lot of times in their strategy in that to sort of ride more passively, leave the gap big, and then when it comes to those final few laps, really push it to try and take it in the end.
Yeah, and again, Hunter has a lot of experience. Oh man, he got real loose there. You might not be able to catch that, but he got real loose. He's probably not happy about that, but it looks like it's going to be a battle for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
Because Shane's close some distance on Lee. So, yeah, we got some good spacing, but some good little 2-on battles. It's fun to see 3-person battles when you can.
I mean, Thomas and ADJ, I'm not sure what positions they're in, but they're neck and neck too. Looks like, I wasn't sure if he's going to go for the pass.
Yeah, that's the battle for 5th there. And then it seems like they're big in the gap. Okay, we're back all the way over here. So the gap between the last few places are there. We got Ed still in first. Hunter tucking up. He doesn't normally tuck up that much, so he
wants it.
He's definitely wanting it. Lap traffic's going to become real here shortly.
That's the other thing to mention with the more laps you have, the more duration combination of lap traffic you're gonna have to deal with. And for those of you not familiar with the term, it's you know, the people who are in last place that you're coming around and about to lap them. You know, how quickly can you get past them becomes a factor. If the person in first is maybe not so good at it, that person in second will have time to catch up.
So Shane's gotten around Lee. Shane really wants this. Shane is loaning bikes in classes and racing bikes in all classes and trying to run it. So he's putting in a lot of work, and he wants to get on the podium even in this class.
So coming back to the start line here.
We got, that is Thomas Chester. Again, he's a person I'm not particularly familiar with. And then Tom Armette. So
that's the end of the pack, and then the beginning of the pack here with Ed and Hunter still neck and neck. The gap doesn't seem to be growing at all.
Yeah, it's staying pretty stable. So they're probably running some pretty similar lap times. We will post lap times in like the Moped Army thread. Sometimes they don't get posted in the event thread, so we apologize about that.
And that's Shane too.
Shane's putting a gap on Lee and trying to get in there. I don't think he'll get it, but he's working for it anyway.
Yeah,
oh man, he is closer than I thought he would be.
Yeah. But we saw the distance there as we introduced the sort of the people in the back of the pack and the beginning of the pack. So lap traffic will be becoming a factor in the next few laps.
So let's see who else we got here. It looks like the battle for, it looks like Thomas Cordwin for the 5th place and is getting a little bit of a gap on it. Thomas has gotten some more time on the bike here. This is Alex's first time out at the track, and he's been doing really good on that Hobbit.
So here they go. That's Thomas coming into screen, followed by
so the lap traffic. We're in this. We might see a lap happen. A lapping happen in these corners here. Because Ed's coming in hot on that corner, so's Hunter, and I think down here at the hairpin when they get around to it is where we're gonna see a lapping. It might happen right here. So
there he goes. There's Ed's right on him.
So Ed's got past him. So this is gonna either help Hunter or he might go out because he pushes it. It's gonna be interesting. Here we come into the hairpin.
By clean.
Yes.
I don't know how much.
I don't think that changed the dynamic between Ed and Hunter at all.
They both got past at relatively similar times, so no issues there on the first lap traffic, but more will be coming.
So Shane's closing that gap, so it'll be Shane's sitting up for some reason on the straight. So
I don't know if his bike's having issues.
Yeah, or if he's just like I'm gonna take 3rd and call it good.
Because Shane, like we've said earlier, he's running in other classes, so he may be saving himself for other classes. I know he was tinkering with that bike. I don't think it's exactly where he wants it. So I'm not surprised to see him sort of back off and take a more passive approach.
Yeah, so here we go. Like this is going to be coming down into the last lap. And Hunter has closed some distance. Ed pulls away on that flat.
Yeah, it's a tough call to know if that's due to turns or lap traffic.
Yeah, because there was probably another lap. Yeah, there was another lapper that. No, they haven't lapped the second person, or someone got out of the way.
Yeah, so
it's hard to see what's up back there.
This is the last lap. Here we go.
And Hunter's putting it on.
So here comes Ed.
This is a corner to watch right here. He can make up a lot. If he takes this, he's going to push hard in this. Yeah, look at him lay that out. He held it tight. Ed's just got that pull away on that variated bike. Hunter has it in the corners, I think, but that pull away just is there. That it's a different game with that variated. So Hunter's fighting like a champ. We're going over to the start just because that's where all the action's going to be for the finish, and we'll call it out as we see it for what we think the places are.
This angle gets us. It's not extremely close, but you get a better view. Ed still in front. Gonna bring it into the start line now for the finish.
Yeah,
checkered lag.
It looks like Ed's gonna take first, barring anything. So Ed's coming in first. Hunter right behind. Shane not far back in 3rd, especially he stood up on that straightaway, which was interesting to see. With these small bikes, tucking in makes a big difference. It seems silly, but it does.
So there you have it. Ed Manhart takes first place in the stock class finals, followed by Hunter, Shane, and then...
So it's going to be, it looks like Lee's going to be 4th. Right there, here he's coming across. I'm guessing he might have backed off, but a good showing on a single-speed stock bike against this, and an excellent showing by that Tomos. And it looks like Cordwin's going to be 5th on the other flat reed with a Peugeot frame.
And Alex Johnson coming not far behind on the Honda Hobbit.
Yeah. So, as far as other things go, so our next class, well, we let a few people come in. It looks like Josh Davidson's next. I believe that's 7th. Again, we'll have the official times and everything posted, making sure no shenanigans happened, because they do. It happens.
I mean, we've even seen errors in the timing system, so
it lets us sort some things.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah. So what they're doing now is just for safety, we do one more parade lap out, so people can come in hot on that finish line instead of trying to pull out off the track, because that can create issues, especially if there's a battle after first and second. So they're rolling in here. We'll try to give you some eyes on the people that are battling, and just the camaraderie that tends to happen. Sometimes there's a little crap talking that happens, not too terribly so. Yeah, and the next race is going to be varied, so you're going to see Shane, if you pan over to the other side of the pit here.
Looks like Ed's going to head on over to Hunter, have a little post-race discussion. It always really is fun to be like, oh, that one corner was so nuts. It's I'm sure we'll see a hug here shortly, or at least a handshake.
Yeah.
Well, called it too soon. Nonetheless, it's always fun to interact with the people once you get off the track. So.
And as you can see for Shane, if you pan over, no love for third. No love for third. But we got nothing but love for Shane, and he's going to be having the hustle here, because we'll have the next race will be varied, and he's racing in it. We got Tim that's just walking in front of us, staring at us. He's going to be racing in it. I don't know if they have a specific start time. We're always trying to be courteous to the track out here. We try to run a pretty specific schedule, because they're kind enough to organize an EMT to have out here. So if someone does get in a wreck, they're out here and safe, and we can take care of most first aid issues. And that's a big point. We had to change the rules a little bit in terms of safety equipment this year, just because we had a couple spills the last time we were out here in 2019. We tried doing a little bit of racing in the rain, and we had some slips and spills. But they're kind of, again, I can't thank them enough. They deal with a lot of that issue, but leathers are pretty much a full body coverage without a doubt. Definitely leather jacket of some sort up top. Boots, gloves, obviously helmet. And full face is the only move you should make in this. And some safety requirements, obviously a kill switch, so if someone goes down, we can get your bike turned off when it's on the track, because that can be a hazard to other riders. And yeah, that's things to keep in mind. But it takes time to switch all that gear. You get hot in that gear, and we got people that are racing multiple classes, so we try to keep that schedule. But if we can bump things up for the track, since they bring the EMT out here, we try to do that, just because it's a courtesy to them. And then if we get classes done, what happens a lot of times is we get a lot of kind of head-to-head races, people challenging people on similar bikes if they were close on totally different bikes. You see a lot of fun stuff that even happens after the official races. We won't be broadcasting that, but I guess it sounds like it was a 10-minute call to the variated class. So you'll have that going on. We might take a moment as far as audio on our end, just to take a break. And just because 10 minutes, some of us need a breather sometimes. Even me, I'm known for talking forever, if you know me, so it is what it is.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break. We'll leave the cameras running, but we'll kill the audio a little bit, regroup for the variated class. You might start seeing them grid up. I'm not sure if you mentioned this, you used to take 10 minutes between races for those running multiple classes to take a little bit of a breather, but it's abusive to be in multiple classes.
Yeah, Shane is doing a number on himself.
Yeah, so we will be right back. Going to kill the audio, but we'll see you in a bit.
I think a break from
All right, jumping back in for a little bit here. I went to our YouTube and saw that there were some comments there. We're not actively watching that, but we will respond to them. So hello to Ken Thomas out in Sacramento.
Hell yeah, thank you for watching.
We did joke about a drone shot. I would love to do it. Plug it into our streaming software here and get that back corner.
That definitely things we'll improve on now we know this is kind of functioning. Feedback's definitely good, so thank you for that.
And then
Tyler's been putting in the hard work on the tech side. I am totally worthless on that side. So yeah, like drone shot would be good. We talked again, that second camera is something we would hope to add to. So thank you.
Yep. And then RND59 asking about different classes. We covered that a little bit earlier, but in short, yes, we do break up by stock versus modified. In the stock class, we run all transmission types, so variated, non-variated, two-speed. In the stock class, they're all ran together. But then in the modified classes, we do separate out by transmission. So there's stock, modified, non-variated, modified, variated, and then unlimited, which has less rules.
It's pretty much, you get to almost bring a Grom and we wouldn't care too much because we want the turnout. We want people to come out and have fun. East, I know, has scooters that they race against because it gets people on the track and gets them interested, and you get ideas for different things to try on your bikes. So like there's a lot of good crossover between that. But yeah, that's the big classes. Again, I believe that this is recording too. So we'll try to have this so you can go back and watch that, and probably post a link to MA or something like that. Moped Army, that is, if you've stumbled across this and have no idea what this is about. So yeah, but those are the classes. One more time, is stock, and that's loud. There's a lot of modification allowed, but it's a lot of focus on a stock cylinder, stock bottom end, not a lot of crazy frame modifications, and then. We break it out by transmission type for variated and non-variated, and then finally unlimited. So those are the four we run.
Apparently, we have a lot of Tom fans in the chat. I'm not sure if they're behind Tom.
Well, yeah, we got Tom.
Harmette.
We got Tom Corwin, Tom Harmette, and Tom Chester is the gentleman on the Urban Express, and that's the funny part is because Tom Harmette's an Urban Express person. So. Yeah. I apologize one more time to Tom Chester that we have not actually met and talked.
I feel like I've seen him before out here.
Yeah, I believe
he got in late on Friday night.
Yeah, last night.
Saturday
yeah.
night. So not a whole bunch of chance to interact with him.
Yeah, he got 2 laps in at dusk last night to even get familiar, and he's out here trying to race it. So it just goes to show, like, you can come out here with anything.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, but R&D 59 says, thanks for the explanation, and wow, a lot of classes. We leave the classes pretty broad. It's always a big discretion because people want to make sure that they're going to be allowed to race when they get here. And at least when Travis and I were running it, we would pretty much let anything within reason get out there because we want to see this grow. The classes purely exist to bring some structure to it.
And then to keep it competitive and fun. It's just, if there's no competition, there's nothing to watch, there's no one to learn from if you're not side by side to some degree or chasing someone. And so even that rule, like if you ended up being way too competitive in a class on a bike or something like that, like if you came out and thought you wouldn't do so good, we might let you try stock class on a bike that shouldn't be considered that. But if you're doing too well, we move you where you should be to improve yourself for the safety of others. It's as simple as that. There's the rules, because in other races, because it's kind of ebbed and flowed. This is an odd year for the racing because we're coming out of, like, the pandemic's still very real, but with vaccines, we're having this opportunity to start getting back together, and we wanted to keep it rolling. We've had a class where there's 15, 20 bikes in a class. I know Wes, I think, had 30 in a class one time. And so it's to limit that a little bit because the size of the track. Too many bikes out there can get a little dangerous. We do some fun races sometimes. The little oval that you can see right now on your screen. We've done a 99 lap endurance race around just that oval. And by endurance, it literally took 20 minutes to do. But we had probably 30 bikes doing it at once. So we can run bigger stuff if we want to, but we also, it's always that line. And just because there's enough interest and we want to build it, the classes are there meant to modify as need be, but we've stuck with these rules for the past three years, Tyler, I think.
Something similar, and it was rifted off of what they were doing out west. So it's been similar classing, at least for MopedGP West and Midwest. I know at least for West and Midwest, a lot of our approach is we'll write rules when things become problems, and we've not yet faced something quite like that seems to sort of break the class. It's similar to what other motorsports does. When electronic suspension comes in Formula One, you start seeing rules about it. So it's similar things like that. And
we want to push the creativity, but have the competition and fun, and just to show, like, for a while, people are like, why are we not breaking up stock class variated, non-variated? And today you saw why. Tomos was putting heat on a derby variant that has been dominant for a couple of years in this class.
Right.
And so right now it doesn't seem like we need to push too much. We might see that next year that Tomos pushes it to a next level where we got to review it, or Ed pushes his Vespa to the next level with the derby motor.
Right. Looks like Mac Schmidt out there, which shout out to him for helping running the grid and flags.
Yeah, he's normally a very competitive racer, especially in the stock class. He's also usually in the variated class, but he's on an injury that he doesn't want to mess with, but he's being helpful. Like pretty much everyone I've met in mopeds are, so in some way, shape, or form, and he's just here to be a part of it.
Yeah, so he just made the call for calling for variated to start getting their things together. So it won't be long now before we start to see movement in the pits to get the variated bikes to the grid. Again, for those of you just tuning in or reiterating it, they will be gridding based upon their finished position in a race previously today.
And so right now, as far as that goes, Shane Johnson got first place in that heat. And then he's followed by Tim Lawson, who he didn't race in the stock class. He's got since
he might have the fatigue advantage here,
tired. Not tired. And as far as bikes, again, it's varied class, so it's pretty much Motobicanes, Peugeots, and Hobbits and Derbies. We don't got any real Derbies that are going for this class particularly, so it's pretty much Motobicanes and a Hobbit, and then I think Tim Lawson's the only person on a Peugeot. He's got a pretty impressive 50 kind of prototype 50cc bike, really short expansion chamber on it that revs out pretty well. But once again, Hunter is on a Hobbit in this class. He was on the Tomos in the stock class, but he's on a Hobbit that Jesse also, I believe, built that has the Metra kit on it, but with a different piston in it. It's rear clutch pulleyed on a Honda Hobbit. And I'm gonna say after watching the heats, it's gonna be the battle between Tim and Hunter for second and third. That's gonna be the one to watch. Shane was way out in front in this class in the heat, barring any issues from his bike, which we wish him the best on, and he hasn't had that too much. The only reason I bring that up is he's fought real hard over the years to not deal with those issues, and so it's good to see his bikes for the past couple of years be real solid. He'll be on a Motobicane also in this class, but highly modified. I forget which one he's on in this class. So he has, I think, 4 or 5 different Motobicanes out here for this. So forgive me that I don't know on that. So that, again, Shane Johnson on a Motobicane starting in pole position. Tim Lawson on a Peugeot right behind him. Hunter back in this, but this time on a Hobbit. After him is going to be James Culver, who's riding a loaner Motobicane from Shane Johnson. I believe Ed Manhart might be racing in this again, and it's on. I don't know what it'll be on. In the heat, he raced one of Shane's bikes, but he might try and do it on his stock bike. He sometimes will do that. So he might not choose to race this class. It's a tough call. It takes some effort. Next, after that, we have Josh Davison. He's on his Hobbit again in that class. Sometimes a lot of us will race stock bikes in their complementary classes depending on the transmission, just to get more track time. It's one of those things that it's not a big deal to do. So you have that, and then so that's Josh Davidson. He's in 6th position. We have Thomas Chester, he's on that Urban Express. And then we have Ben Girdard. I apologize if I butchered your name. But he's on a Honda Hobbit as well. And I think this is the first time we've seen him out here. I don't know if he's raced elsewhere before, but he came out here with Shane. What's up? He's working on it. Yeah, we have someone watching our back and watching stuff. We're working on some camera difficulties. Yeah. So we're getting that worked out. We're gonna. By the time things grid up, you should be hearing bikes probably firing right now. By the time things grid up, we should have it worked out. We apologize if we don't catch this. It's just things we're dealing with. But Tyler's working fast and furious on that, to say the least. And other people that might pop up in this class still, they didn't do the heat today, is Thomas Cordwin. Jesse Stevenson might come out on a different bike. He doesn't look geared up right now, so he might not be in this. And then Jake Kane might be racing something in this. But with his pipe backing out in stock class, I think he might not be in this either. So this might be a little bit smaller class. Like we said, the stock class tends to be filled out more. It looks like we got a generator going to get our cameras on the track. What you're really here for, back. And so he'll be working on that. Right now, again, they're still just gridding up, so you're not missing too much. Looks like Tim Lawson is coming back in to maybe do some quick adjustments. He's been getting his bike dialed. Hopefully our Jenny will last for the race. I might have Tyler take over for a moment and track down some just raw gas with any luck, or have him take it. But yeah, we're working this as we can. Out of curiosity, was it the
trailer's out of power?
Yeah, so our trailer's out of power. We might be able to run an extension cord from somewhere else. Well, I'm going to let him still work on the computers. I'll just kind of give you what's going on in the meantime while he gets those cameras rolling. I might shout for someone if I see them. Actually, there's Alex. So forgive me, I'm going to yell. I'm going to try and block the mic here. Alex! Alex! Jeez. So, again, everyone's super helpful here.
The camera's booted.
Cameras are booting. I believe there's power going into somewhere. I thought the trailer plugged into the camper plugged into the...
I think I plugged into the wall and the source was dead. I don't know if we tripped a breaker or something.
So, would you mind asking if there's like a breaker that we might have tripped on the...
We're good.
Okay.
I don't think there's no...
Would you see if you can track down, just to have it as a backup, some regular gas? Is it two-stroke?
It's fine. We're good.
Okay. We're solid. So, I'm trying to problem solve while doing this. He's getting things rolling.
Trailer lost power.
All right, so you're getting the camera's rolling,
Yeah,
so you can see it. Sorry, I was looking at something else. I was looking at the wrong camera on the screen.
All right.
We got the parade lap going out. Where he's gonna get the cam. So there we are. We got cameras back moving. We got the parade lap coming around. We gave you the rundown. That's Shane and Tim coming around for the parade lap, and then Hunter. Again, the Tim on the orange. It's an orange fairing with blue mags. I think that might show up pretty good in the camera in some of the corners. It stands out. A lot of these bikes in this class are white because Shane, I think, likes the white on white look.
I think they come white.
Yeah.
So,
the fairing. Yeah, I think the fairings do come white. So I think it's more of get the bike rolling than it is pretty. Where.
Well, I think brings a good point. Is you don't want to make a crazy pretty bike because then you don't want to put it down. You know?
All right, was that a slide against me?
You have made that mistake in the past. If you show up with basically the race bike you have to be willing to put some scratches on it. Unfortunately.
Yeah, because if you're not gonna push it. But that being said, even just getting track time, because here's the backside of this real fast before we get into it. He's gonna line them up fast, but again, we want to iterate. Get out to these events, whether it's East, West, Midwest. If someone sets one up, St. Louis was trying to do it. The Ruffians down there, I believe it was Clayton and Nick, I believe, like Clayton's who I talked with a lot. I think Nick I talked with a lot, and I think Jeremy as well. They were trying to do the work, but the race is about to start. Just come out, even if you're new to this. So here we go. It's green.
Variated class off.
And Shane getting the whole shot right out that corner. Tim right behind him, Hunter right behind him. Again, this first lap's a dangerous lap because, again, the tires. And these bikes are a lot faster in the corners overall and definitely on the straights.
Outside of the Unlimited class, this is the fastest class we have. And for the most part, the Unlimited class is essentially a mix of the fastest bikes from variated and non-variated and stock sometimes even.
So, yeah, it looks like it's Shane, Tim, Hunter, James racing a loaner bike, then Josh Davidson, followed by Thomas Chester, and then finally Ben, as I get his name down. I'm sorry, Ben, I apologize. So it looks like that's the lineup. Again, I really do think it's going to be, it just depends on how Hunter is holding out. Like, it was a battle. Although Tim was doing some work on his bike between the heats and now.
Here comes Shane out in front, followed by Tim, and then Hunter, and then...
That is James.
James on the loaner.
So James flew out from California. He really wanted to focus on stock class. I felt, Tim Lawson's down. So hopefully the yellow, he's off. He's getting his bike turned off. He's probably just gonna, I'm curious if he's gonna try and pick up and get in, but that's a good door for Hunter. I don't know if he's gonna be able to put the weight on or if he's gonna take it easy, but that corner where Tim went down, it's a chicane up there. Ever since we've been to this track, it is believe it or not, probably the most dangerous corner on this track, and it's it's deceiving. It's not a hard chicane. You can almost go straight across it and set up, but there's just something about the camber on it or something.
And again, coming down to, this is early in the race. The tires are still cold, but the adrenaline, this is the finals. It's unfortunate. We're glad to see that he's
he's
up
up.
And moving.
It looks like he's just gonna call it and be what it is. So it looks like Shane's got a pretty commanding lead, barring no mistakes.
I'll get the camera back into position. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm distracted.
Barring no mistakes, Shane's got a pretty commanding lead. But that being said, Tim Lawson has I believe the best time on this track on mopeds. It's 59.001, I believe.
And I think Shane did a 59.002 or 3 or
yeah, and so he might be trying to beat that just to beat it, and that could be a good thing for him, or it could be a big mistake. Tim's back on the track. I don't know if he's going to try and complete the race, or if he's just going to ride it around to get out of the way.
Coming down now.
Yeah, that's him coming. That's him coming down. You're going to see him take the chicane. Not the hairpin. My apologies. Like right there. So he's up. His bike's running. So that's good. But he's definitely out of the top 3.
Yeah.
Like,
so there's Shane going really wide. Holy moly! Coming into the chicane.
He passed where Tim went down, but Hunter's still there. James though if Hunter doesn't push, James might come out and put some weight on Hunter.
So there's Shane going around that corner, followed by, is that the lap
That's
traffic?
That's Ben on lap traffic. He's on a Hobbit, first year out here.
That's Hunter. So Shane has a very commanding lead here in the variated finals.
So it could still be a battle for second if Hunter holds back too much, because James is trying to put it.
We'll go back to the start line here.
It's terrible to see it fall, but it changes the dynamics. It would have been fun to see more battle between Hunter and Tim.
Is this Josh coming around?
That's
there?
Josh Davison. I am, because of the fall, I'm not sure where he's at.
That's Shane again.
Yeah,
He's
Shane
flying through the lap traffic.
Yeah, Shane's on a tear. Like I said, I think he wants that 59.
If he can't have the wheel-to-wheel win, he wants to put down the good time.
Yeah.
That's a complete guess of what's going through his head, but he is pushing hard with the commanding lead.
Yeah, for his lead, he's extending it. Like, he's getting farther and farther ahead of that. But I think Hunter's maintaining his. He might have actually gained some on James there.
That was Shane just leaving the straight after the hairpin. That's lap traffic, and I mean Hunter is. Did I miss him?
No,
Hunter
right.
Now.
That's Hunter on the hairpin
so
right
his
there.
His gap to second is very big.
But here's James. This is James in third on the loaner bike from Shane, another MopedGP, and it's tough. I don't know if Hunter's putting distance or not.
So I
think
coming into frame soon will be Tim back onto that corner where he wrecked still out there, still putting down lap times. That's definitely something we're happy to see, and he's up and the bike's so good. So there he is now coming down through the straight.
And the nerves are there after that. I can't understate that.
We have discussed here, going back to the starting line, to see Shane coming around. On the note of nerves, we have joked that the best thing to do for the nerves is just get your wreck out in practice. Get that fear of falling out and in the open, and then you're ready for it.
But we've seen like out west. At GP, I can't remember if I think it was single speed class. Someone went down. They were in the lead. Was it Alex that made a big comeback? Alex up from Mosquito Fleet. He went down and like came back, and I think he took the win. If he didn't take the win, he got like second. But he came back from a pretty hard fall and fought and just put down gnarly lap times after the fact.
Shane coming across the finish line. Once again, I think that's a green flag.
So I think that's 2 laps left. Forgive me for forgetting that at the moment. But yeah, he doesn't got much. And yeah, his lead.
Hunter is just now coming into view for the stream.
Yeah.
It's a large gap. And let's see where James is there.
James, I think, fell back a little.
Yeah, he's got to pass that Josh Davison there. And still, that is a big lead. Without having a major mistake from Hunter, it's going to be very difficult for James to catch him.
Yeah. So let's see what's going on here. Like this is Thomas Chester coming around.
Sorry,
you moved. So that's back to Hunter coming around the hairpin. And then James is about to come around the hairpin.
Looks like he got past that lap traffic up in the chicane.
Yeah.
Coming back to the starting line now, we're going to see Tim Lawson coming down the straight and Shane coming up on him in a lap, and I think white flag coming out, so it's the last lap here for the variated class.
And Tim's going to it'll be interesting to see what Shane does here with Tim, because I'm sure he knows Tim went down, and it'll be interesting to see. I think Tim's going to get out of his way pretty easy.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here at the
they're really good friends, so they might battle, because it's a tough call, because Tim doesn't want to get away on Shane, but he's understanding that Shane's probably way out.
I mean, Shane flew around that corner in comparison.
Yeah. It's looking pretty solid grid line for as far as like what the places are going to be.
We'll go back down to the downhill.
So that's Josh Davidson coming around, I believe. He's working on his lean. He's trying to get some form in there. Getting confident with it.
Yeah, that was not him at all. The camera was in the other way.
Oh, my bad. I was in the wrong spot.
Coming back to the starting line now for the finish. It looks like
that's Shane coming down.
Shane did get past him.
So they might have played and battled a little on that backside. So they're going to have Shane's got a parade lap. Tim technically has his last lap, I believe. He might have two technically. But
they don't really, once the checkered flag comes out, it's just finished. And so everyone will do their one parade lap and then get off the track.
Yeah.
It's a sad way to see it end. Would have been a good battle between Tim and Shane, but
Hunter particularly.
Yeah, I mean, did he have any issues?
Hunter didn't have any issues, but I think Tim went down in front of him.
Yeah. And that is enough to rattle one as well.
Yeah.
To see it happen right in front of you, nearly miss it.
Yeah.
It throws you out of your groove.
Yeah, I can't remember how close, but he would have been in the realm where he would have been able to see it, and he would have had to dodge it, and. Although it looked like Tim did get off the track either initially from his fall and that, so yeah.
I just realized I didn't have the ambient noise on, so you guys didn't get to hear any of the sweet, sweet motor sounds.
Yeah, sorry on that one, but we'll keep track of that this next time.
So we'll see the finishers here finishing their parade lap, coming into the pits. We'll check to see the stream if there's any questions. Yes, we do tech inspection. We do make sure that the mopeds are safe for the track.
Yeah, so that's something with when I was saying like a previous year when we had some rain, we had to up some things. So obviously functioning brakes. We have to have an easy to access kill switch. We got pretty decent loose rules on that. It's mainly, the main thing is just not rattly stuff, things that we think are going to fall off. We had to put that Tomos that Hunter was riding, like the seat mounting had rattled off yesterday, and we had to like
caught that tech inspection.
And
We at the same time, people were complaining about debris on the track, and it ended up being the bolts that held the seat on. So they went out there someone went on to check the debris, and it ended up being the bolts for the seat.
So we got that squared away, and he was up. And yeah, it's like we're fortunate. We still get the rock loose. And if you're running a water-cooled bike, you can't be running antifreeze. It makes the track way too slick. We prefer drain bolts on any wet transmission, like drain bolt locks, or like at least tethered in some way. Just the basic safety wire requirements on some of those small, more important things. But other than that, we're fortunate that we haven't had a lot of issues in any of that regard. Everyone seems to do their due diligence, but yeah, it's brake checks are a major thing, fork stability, and then the kill switch is just, it's safety for everybody. Tim was immediately shutting off his bike on that fall. So yeah, so we had the tech inspection question. Any others?
Let me go back to that.
So my apologies. We want to make sure everyone's getting the information. It was a good question.
Yeah, it wasn't really a question on tech inspection, but they were just talking about it.
Yeah.
So I wanted to bring that up as a point to talk about. Yeah, they talk about safety locks and things like that. No, not much other going on in chat. So yeah, I guess if you do have any questions, we're gonna have a little bit of break here in between variated and I believe non-variated's next.
And we'll try to get them. We might return to them after the next race when we see them. But yeah, we'll try and stay on top of that as much as we can.
Yeah, it was a little interesting at the start there. Generator power now. So all of our equipment now is running on a generator. The trailer we were plugged into, I don't know if we tripped a breaker or something, but all of a sudden all the outlets are good. The stream was still fine because the phone, we're streaming over cell data. That's on a battery, and the laptop was on the battery. So all of the things connected to the laptop and the phone were fine, but then all the other equipment died. But I'm proud of myself. Ran to my truck, grabbed that generator, fired it up, plugged everything in, and reconnected it all.
So a little technical difficulties, but fortunately it was at the right moment. Yesterday when we were doing some testing, we lost internet connectivity right as the race was starting. But
luckily,
again,
we were an exhibition race.
Yeah, we catching that and sorting that out. We got Jake Kane here. Jake, come under here. You can say hi.
Here, I'll switch the camera to be bigger.
So you can see it. Come in here. You can look up right there. Say hi to everyone.
Oh, what's up?
So that's Jake Kane.
I'm about to race.
Yeah, he's gonna get in the single speed. He's got the Toby that people know a lot about. The Tomos. He's been doing. He's got pole position. I got to look at that. I'll run that down here shortly. But unfortunately, stock class, it looked like
my exhaust fell off.
Did the threads break out?
Yeah.
I thought that's what it was gonna be, but I wasn't.
Freaking threads came out. No
Stupid
good.
Mobies.
Stupid Moby. I was doing good too. I got in front of Shane. First lap was very eventful, and then my exhaust fell
Well,
off.
so funny. This morning or last night, he was wrenching on. He's like, "Yeah, I got to catch up with Chick Kane."
Oh man, I put way
sabotage.
too much last minute work into that bike, so I got to be ready for next year.
You think Shane he had the tools out for his Moby? You think he got them out for yours too?
That's it. There's no more
Yeah,
racing.
backed off my nut.
You weren't looking. Took stuff apart.
He's like, yeah, I'm giving out loaner bikes. You can only win on my bikes.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was Jake Kane. If we get random moments like that, we love getting people in here when we can. Maybe in future years we'll get some more pit life stuff going for everyone, so you can see what people are working on, see a little more of their bikes. Are we getting the fog life again?
No, the camera's just wigging out for a
Okay.
second.
Yeah. Yesterday we were doing a little bit of fog issue, and so we were trying to sort that out. We had the camera a little too close to the AC unit on the trailer. So for those of you who glanced yesterday, that's what it was. There was nothing we could do. It was on the inside of the lens. Yeah, well, we're gonna take a break for just a moment. As far as the commentary side, we'll put it on the track and stuff like that. Maybe sort out a couple things on that if we can, and then get back to it when the people start gridding up. Give you a rundown of what that grid looks like.
All right, we'll be right back.
Alrighty, so there's as we said, sometimes the time between some of the races take a moment. You can't quite see the full grid here yet. He's working on that. We're not even gridded up for anything. People are still working on bikes. Mac's about to make his announcements, it looks like. So it looks like 5 minutes to the next race. We did find out the reason we lost power is Shan was trying to run his tire warmers to get every advantage he can.
Blew the breaker on the trailer, so that's why our cameras went out earlier.
So right now we don't know if he's still trying to use them or not, so we're still on the Jenny power. But we wanted to chime in here. We were trying to track down the one question on the oldest rider. We're pretty sure it's going to be at least mid 40s, lower 50s. We're confident we know who the person is, but I think they might be taking a moment between races. But we want to double check that. But we have multiple people that are like 40, mid 40s racing, and then a lot of people. The rest of the people are somewhere between like early mid 20s to 30 some. So it's quite a bit of range on the ages as far as that. Yeah, we've had younger people out here, and we've actually had I know we've had people that have been as old as 50 in the races easily, especially if you like consider out west too.
I do remember, I don't know his name, but there was a guy in Minneapolis who went to Tot Fest a lot, who was an older gentleman as well.
Yeah, so it allows a lot of range. So, like I see the gentleman we need to ask, just walk up, but I'm going to stay over here for now. But we'll get the hard number for you just to have it. But yeah, in terms of age range, it's a good variety. So it looks like. Is that Harmet back?
Is that Hunter? That's on Atomos, I think. Or no?
No, I think that's Harmet on Atomos there, and then you have Kurt, who's on a Maxi. I did not see the cylinder on his Poop Maxi. I'm gonna guess it's a Gila by the sound of it, what I heard earlier.
And if he's friends with Eric, we know Eric loves his Gilas.
Yeah, so I'm 99% sure it's a Gila, but when we get another angle, we'll let you know.
Do you have the
so for non-variated class, as far as qualifying positions, Jake is taking pole position. Jake Kane on Toby. It's a Tomos motor that's custom everything.
Maze asks, who weighs the most?
Okay.
So we used to have a scale that when we went through tech inspection, we would weigh the rider and the bike. We did not do that this year. I'm sorry, Maze, we cannot answer.
We actually previously had that data, and if you would like it from the past, we will go get that data.
Sorry to interrupt you. Who's in this race?
But so as far as we got Jacob Kane getting pole position on Toby. That's an older Moby frame with a really heavily modified Tomos engine on it. We have Shane Johnson, it's his first real strong foray into the non-variated class. He's got a E50 he's running. I believe that is also a Gila as well. And he was in second place in terms of the heats. It says Jesse Stevenson on our sheet again, but that's once again going to be Hunter. He's racing the stock class Tomos in the fully allowed all modifications class. So he's going to be fun to watch. I want to say...
What was he on pole position? He was in third on the stock class bike.
So it just goes to show the riding can go so far in some of these classes. And I say what I said earlier is this is a class that we need people to come and fill out. Get some V1s out here. Get some more other Tomos and non-variated bikes out here just to see what they can do. I think Midwest, this is the class where there's the most opportunity to win. Because people outside of Jake Kane, Jake Kane needs the challenge, and so we want to push that. So we want, I'm trying to motivate Alex and Daniel from the Mosquito fleet to get out here sometime in the future. We need to get Kane out maybe west sometime because those dudes usually
do. He's not out west, I think.
I don't think ever with Toby though. I don't think he's ever brought that bike out west.
I feel like he did
maybe once.
I don't think he's gone to Sacramento.
Yeah.
I think he went to Grange, or I think it's now called Apple Valley Circuit or whatever. But I think he got out there at least once with Toby. But
but we haven't really gotten to see, I think, Daniel and Alex go at it against Jake in that class. So but even outside of those kind of those competitive people, the game for second and third in this is still wide open. And so again, come out with some of that. So other people in this, Lee Pinkerton is in this class. He's on that stock class E50, I believe, same bike he was racing in stock class. Again, well, like we said, more people trying to just getting track time. Jordan Utek's in this. He's a hometown hero for a lot of us from Omaha. He's always pushing silly bikes to the limits. He's got this.
If you hear something revving incredibly high, it's probably his bike.
Yeah, he's got a Gila. He's running on this with. I don't know if he went to the back to the Tomar clutch. He had the KTM clutch, but he was messing with the Tomar earlier on it. Just trying to get that thing to hit this high. He's got a scooter pipe on it. It's this Tunturi frame. It's this weird brand that came with E50s on it. So he's rocking a really creative bike. It's got a Motron tank on it, and it's a monoshocked frame. He builds a lot of fun stuff, and he's always pushing it. So he's up there. We have Curtis that's in this. That's racing. I think he goes by Kurt, so I apologize if it's Kurt or Curtis. Then we have Eric Asgard, who's racing in this. He's got a Gila E50, and then Tom Armed on another stock Tomos again. So
two stock. I think Armed's is probably more stock
yes,
than the other one.
by far. Jesse Stevenson let us in on some of the voodoo. He has his blog that you should check out. I think it's like SRS Blasters, I believe.
It's serious blasters only, but it's srsblastersonly.com. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'll Google it.
but you'll find it if you know Jesse even remotely. Real fast, I'm gonna.
Someone asked on stream who the oldest rider is.
Over 18. Yeah, we're not selling alcohol. 54.
So we got official data on the oldest rider, 54. So, and then that's out here. We've had some, I believe, older gentlemen and ladies. Not to mention there is usually ladies that are racing out here. I want to give a shout out to the Ruffians again because they're usually out here in force.
St. Louis.
Devin is usually like we do some drag races sometimes, and Devin's usually holding it down in the drag races. So we do get ladies that are racing out here. Please come race.
You're becoming a broken record, Travis.
Yes, I don't mind being that broken record on that. So, yeah.
Looks like some more people are getting gridded up here. We are getting closer to a race start.
This is non-variated. Other things to keep in mind, I think, in this class.
Did you say Eric? I don't know.
Yeah, I did say
okay.
Eric. Yeah.
So that's Eric Asgard in the back on a Gila Puch Maxi.
Yeah, lots of Gilas in this class other than the stock bikes. I think it's all Gilas other than the stock bikes. Oh, other than...
Is this Jordan's a Gila? Or does he have a weird Athena or something?
Jordan's a Gila.
Okay.
So other than the stock Maxi that Lee's on and the stock Tomoses, everything else is a Gila E50. So, yeah.
Comes down to tuner and rider.
Maybe
exhaust.
Shane's... I can't quite see Shane's good enough. I'm not for sure. But I'm pretty sure it's a Gila. So, yeah, it's Shane on his bike. He's got the full fairing that's on his other race bikes that you see on French bikes. I think he's doing that just to keep bike feeling as similar as possible. Because changing bike to bike, class to class, even with different power distribution on the track, it messes with you. Like if you can keep other things as consistent as possible, if you're gonna run multiple races, it's very nice. So yeah, that's the nice thing is you can literally bring one bike and race 3 classes, especially if you go the variated route.
Yeah.
You can bring one bike and no matter what, race 2.
Unlimited in the modified class.
Yeah.
Especially in years like this where our field's a little bit smaller, a lot of opportunity. All right, it looks like the grid is complete. I think Max is about to let him go over to the start line, and we'll get this bad boy underway. Here they go for the parade lap. Again, this this is just a parade lap. Gives them a chance to warm up the tires as best they can. You know, get any jitters out of the system that they can.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how cautious people are in that chicane that Tim went down after that. You can see Shane coming down the way a moment ago. He was weaving it and trying to get heat in there. He doesn't got those tire warmers now.
Now that they blow breakers.
Yeah, so confident that you're gonna see Jake Kane at the starting line come out real hard in the whole shot. It's kind of a given at this point on that bike.
Race predictions.
Yes.
I think Jake Kane's gonna rock it away, and then there'll be a good battle for second between Shane and Hunter.
Shane and Hunter or Lee. So it could break out where it's Jake way up, then Shane, and then a battle between Lee and Jesse. But Lee and Hunter. I apologize to keep saying Jesse because I'm looking at a sheet that says Jesse, but Jesse's the bike.
Must be registered to Jesse, but it's actually Hunter Racing. So here we go. They are arriving at the starting line. Gonna get a quick grid there, and our race marshal will let them go. Huge shout out to again the owners of the track and anyone EMT, anyone that's here helping us, you know, do this. It takes a village to make this thing work.
So he's gonna run it. Just watch that. There it comes. So you could see Jake just hit it and go. Shane had to push off his feet a little bit to get that single speed rolling, and then it looks like yeah, Hunter's right in third there, followed by Jordan. Jordan ahead of Lee, so really good start off for Jordan. Coming into the hairpin.
Jake Kane way in front.
He's gonna barrel out, but
followed by Shane and Hunter.
So it looks like the battle's gonna be Hunter and Shane, I think. Yeah, because Shane is not pulling at all on that, and Jordan's right behind it. So really good showing for Jordan, and then Lee was right after Jordan. So really tight still on this first lap.
Shout out to Dwayne in the middle of the pit. Heading away. There he goes.
Like, we might be due to come to the top to get ready. Yeah, Jake King coming up. You could probably see him in there. We're going to tighten up. And here he comes around.
Huge lead.
Yeah, big lead. So I think the real battle is going to be this for second and maybe third. I think we're going to have something between Shane and
so it's Jake
Hunter.
Kane, Shane, followed by Hunter, Jordan, and then Lee, and that's a tight grouping still. It's still early in the race. We'll see how long it stays that tight.
Yeah, I think you're gonna see Kane make a good spread on the battle for second, and then you're gonna see the battle for second spread out from the battle for fourth.
So Jake Kane on Toby is already finishing the straight, while Shane and Hunter just entering it.
Yeah.
And this isn't lap 2 or 3.
But yeah, so I think the real fun ultimately is gonna be between the stock Tomos versus of Hunter versus Shane, that's currently in second on his Gila Gila E50.
That being said, do not rule out mechanical failure.
Yes, that's a whole nother thing.
You know, Jake, whether it's fatigue or mechanical failure or something, it's kind of hard to be in front.
Yeah. And
you don't want to take it too easy, but you also don't want to push it, and you have no lines. Like I prefer chasing by far. Have a line to follow and modify from rather than having to make it up from scratch.
So Shane's holding a good lead, but it's a tight battle there coming up. You can see Hunter got a little loose going into that, so tires still warming up.
Toby coming around the corner again.
Sun's a little out a little more. Here we come around the hairpin. You're going to be seeing Shane still in the lead.
Hunter and then Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan's doing a great showing this time.
Yeah.
I'm really stoked for this.
And Lee, not too far behind.
Yeah.
And coming in next is, I have to stand up. That's Kurt, followed by Eric, followed by Thomas?
Tom Harmet.
Tom Harmet. All right, let's take it back to the starting line where Toby's coming around. God, I keep on saying Toby.
Yeah.
Jake Kane on Toby, coming across the finish line.
He's loading up early for that left-hander. Gonna go up it.
You just see Shane and Hunter coming into frame. Still a close battle. And as we saw with Hunter in the stock class, we know that he waits.
Yeah,
So
he's pretty relentless.
So
Like
he will lurk there.
Ooh, he slid out again a little bit there.
I missed it.
Like, that's the thing. Hunter knows how to get loose and recover.
That's that dirt bike in that play.
I'm seeing his foot's not going out as much like this race. It seems like he's gonna let it play a little looser.
Let's see what happens here in the hairpin.
Here we go.
I think he lost a little gap because of that swirl.
his foot was out that time, so I think those tires might be giving. Maybe he's running a little too less pressure this time.
Or too much.
Yeah.
And Jordan's gap has shrunk a little bit. That gave him the opportunity.
Yeah, and I didn't see the gap between Jordan and Lee there, so here comes Jake coming around coming around the
3 laps ago, 4 laps ago, something.
Yeah.
I'm not doing a good job of keeping track.
Yeah, we don't have that data handy. We'll try to figure out a way to get that in any future iterations.
So here comes Shane, followed by Hunter and Jordan. And Jordan's catching on him.
Yeah, Hunter lost a little there.
He might be experiencing heat fade with longer races.
And the fact that he's raced that bike in another class already.
Especially in non-variated.
Yeah.
You know, the clutch heat fade becomes a factor when that oil and whatever all mechanisms get hot. It doesn't hook up like it used to.
Yeah, I forget who was trying to run like oil cooled.
I remember seeing out west. Shout out to whoever. I wish I remember who it was. Someone out west was running oil cooling on their E50 to try and combat the heat fade.
Yeah.
Was it?
Was
it Ryan Lewis?
I honestly don't know. So we don't want to make any over assumptions, but we know we've seen it.
Yeah.
Whether the success was there for the effort,
coming back to the start,
the innovation's worthwhile.
Jake Kane going by again. Lap traffic, he got by Harmet on he's on stock Tomos. Bone stock Tomos. I think maybe a pipe and a jet.
Yeah, just a pipe. The jet I don't know, but definitely only a pipe.
I would assume the jet.
So Shane definitely still in second. Oh, Jordan made a move. Jordan's definitely got the faster bike. There's no question about that. Hunter's just good in the corners.
More track time.
Yeah, but Jordan almost made the move on that.
Well, let's get down to this hairpin in
the straight
because we'll see what happens.
Here, you're seeing him being right on line. He's trying to come wider, set up for himself. But
I expect Jordan or Hunter to get to the corner faster. But by the end of the straight, I bet Jordan.
Yeah, here it is.
There he goes.
He's like, that's where Jordan has the best bet. But it's gonna be fun coming back around to see where they're at if Hunter's already back around. Because here's Jake Kane.
He's 2 laps to go flag.
Yeah, he's coming around, taking that left around the bottom
Followed
there.
by Eric Asgard, lap traffic. And I wanted to give a shout out to Eric. You know, he's not super competitive, but he shows up and has fun, and that's what this is all about.
Yeah, he's always got the gear and he's rocking it. And again, because once you get on it and just do it, you have a blast. Okay, so Hunter got back around, but Jordan's taking the tighter inside line, but he realized he didn't Jordan's coming off.
Jordan is pulling off. Not sure if he had mechanical failure, but we're going to jump back down to the hairpin to see what's going on. We'll have to check back in with Jordan and see what went wrong. That sucks.
Yeah, that was a fun battle. It sucks to see that kind of fall out. Jordan,
so Shane coming.
Oh, so Hunter's trying to bring back that. He's got to get the lap traffic. I think impacted Shane in this class more because he just doesn't have the same power that he's used to in the variated bikes.
White flag coming out for Jake Kane as he
starting
his last lap.
Yeah, so last lap for Jake Kane. I'll say this: you can't quite see Jordan, but when he was down there, if you look. When you think about it, I can see from here with his sunglasses and a full face, he's smiling. Like, I know it.
Even if you couldn't see it,
I know it. So, good. Like, it was great. He was doing excellent. So, it's good to see. So, Shane's in second for the non-variated class. He's got the white flag. But
with Hunter not too far behind, considering that he's on a stock Tomos. I assume it's ported and some other things, but still, when you're comparing to a Gila Pookie 50, quite the showing from Hunter.
Yeah, make sure everyone nags Jesse Stevenson for his Tomo secrets.
All right, Let's see. Here comes Jake Kane.
Jake Kane about to take the checkered while lapping, maybe double lapping somebody. I don't know.
It's the lap.
It's at least a full lapping.
And that's it. That is the non-variated class.
Yeah, so we'll have
Jake
one.
Kane takes first place. We'll see who
We'll
comes
see
up over the hill.
Yeah, if Shane pushes it too much back there, and it's really easy. In previous years, people went down in that back section pretty fast. It's looking like it's going to be Shane.
Well,
Shane taking the second.
Yeah, if you're seeing Eric Asgard coming first, that's with some lap traffic, followed by Shane, who's going to get second place, and then Hunter with the full tuck coming down for third.
So yeah, we'll have one more class after this, the Unlimited. There could be some fun battles there. It depends on what people pick for bikes to race. You'll get to see Jake race against the variated bikes if he chooses to race in it.
Yeah,
Usually he does.
Kind of not traditionally, as if it's tradition, but typically the Unlimited class is usually very interesting because you get to see the winners of sort of the variated and the non-variated classes go head to head when they're normally not allowed, but they don't get to in their particular classes. So the Unlimited is usually pretty interesting and sometimes insanely surprising.
Yeah.
You see how
who has a good day
keeps up with a variated bike or something.
Yeah, because I think that was I believe out west it was Alex that was putting down times that were challenging some of the variated bikes times.
And before that, it would have been I forget their names, the Lucky Two Strokes guys.
Yeah, out at, and that was at Grange, Apple Valley, doing a really good job there.
Let's.
So the question.
Cornpet says everyone's scared to build a Polini, and I guess he needs to show up.
Yeah.
With the Polini.
Yeah, bring the Polinis. We used to see more Polinis out here. Jordan actually used to race Polinis primarily. I think he's just been playing with Gilas more, and that's what he had around. Out west, I'm trying to think of a few different Polini
Ryan
bikes.
Lewis always ran Polinis.
Yeah, I think he did too. The issue, a lot of people would try the Polini Simonini combo, but on this track, it'd be a big mistake. It sweeps too high. You'll lay it on the side, you'll just drag it around a couple of the corners here, and it'll put you on your butt.
Yeah, and I guess that brings up a good point. The bike geometry, how the rake of the fork versus how squishy the spring is. I think there's some things that are better than others, but ultimately what it comes down to is personal preference. How comfortable are you on the bike?
Yeah.
If you like it squishy, ride it squishy. The comfortability, when you're comfortable, you're smooth, and when you're smooth, you're fast.
Yeah, so, and a couple things that are, unfortunately our angle here doesn't show one of the hardest, not the hardest corners, but after the straight, we can pan over to it maybe. It's after the straight, after the hairpin, there's a hard left-hander that goes, it goes up. Picture your friend's driveway that's steeper that you don't like parking in, and it goes up like that.
Okay, so the description from the track website says it's a 45-foot uphill change in only 100 feet of driving distance.
Yeah, so
45 over 100, that's almost a 45-degree angle.
Yeah.
And it's in a slight chicane. It's not straight. It's earned the name Moneymaker, and I know, at least for me, I've bottomed out there.
Yeah, I've raced a stock bike with a circuit pipe in practices and totally mashed the Proma circuit into the ground as it climbed up. And it lifts your rear wheel up when you do that.
Even the carts, I think, ground out there. You can see in the track where all these scrape marks are.
And so it's workable if your suspension's stiffer. You can work around that. You can ride that Simonini on this track, but it's not necessarily the most advantageous. So while it might not be advantageous, it can still be worked around. But it's knowing your bike is a big factor that comes back to.
Like I said, comfortability equals smooth equals speed. And it always is interesting when the race is kind of over. A lot of people will hop on each other's bike and they'll either say, "Wow, I really love where these pegs are, or how this feels," or "Man, I don't know how you do that." It goes both ways.
Yeah. Yeah. We've been fortunate enough to ride a lot of different bikes out at these, and that's even just half of it. No, once the races are done, if you come out here just to spectate or just do practice, you'll get the chance to probably ride some people's bikes, especially if you get out and practice and they see like, okay, you're not putting anything down.
Right.
They'll probably let you ride the most absurd French bikes. I mean, I can't make no decisions for anyone, but it's almost like a rally, but you're getting all the ludicrous stuff.
Right. And if you need more reasons to come out, last night we had a pretty awesome raffle. You can see in the almost center bottom of the frame, Mac Schmidt rocking, is it Schmidt? Did I say that right?
Yeah, Schmitz.
Schmidt's rocking a Pook, like biker hat.
We can see if we can get him to stand up. Hey, Mac! Mac! Stand up. Just look at, just do a twirl for us.
So he also won the Melosi tracksuit there. Look at that. As if you need more reasons to come, you can win things like that. Oh, yeah. Oh,
So you're coming out of frame, dude.
go to the right. You'll be in yeah.
He's got his flag skills down. He wants to flag as good as he races. So yeah.
There's some other good swag. That's like the swaggy stuff, but there was also some variators. And
Yeah, some special treats. I don't know if it's so secret stuff at this point. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'll leave it at that. But Treat's got some stuff that people are gonna want to check out. Yeah.
Again, thanks to them for sponsoring.
The newcomers sweep the raffle. We got some good people that always come up from Davenport that come out to our rallies. I don't know, Ma. Remind me your name. Yes. What, Addison? Yeah, Addison came and cleared out at our rally today, at the raffle last night. So, yeah, you're going to see, how old are you, Addison? 8. You're going to see an 8-year-old on the rippingest Hobbit you've ever seen.
Wearing the treat explosion hoodie.
So watch for that at your next rally. But yeah, we're going to probably take a quick break because we got, like I said, we got one last class.
Unlimited class coming up.
We'll take a quick break. We'll look at some questions here in a moment. We might do that yet still, but just to give us a little bit of a breather, double check a couple other things.
And we'll see you in a little bit.
the flag in it, Matt. Matt, get it. Get into it. We're on. Jake, your sax band dance. Remember, we're live.
Oh boy.
Viewership goes up.
They saw it.
So just kind of chiming back in, we got the last class of the races. It's going to be unlimited class, which pretty much just anything's accepted. It's more or less the opportunity of the top of the variated versus the top of the non-variated class to go against each other. But you'll see stock bikes in here. You'll see everything in this. Because, again, a lot of people are racing multiple races. It's kind of takes a moment for people to get into gear, get rolling.
Gassed up.
Gassed up is a big thing. We've seen people run out of gas.
Heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking when you run out of gas on a racetrack.
Yeah, it's bad enough at a rally. Now imagine when you might have been able to win some money. Because a lot of times we do have cash prizes at these, or at least gift certificates. Again, treats.
That's not what you want anyways. You're after the hardware,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. There's all sorts of stuff. But
Trophies.
and in speaking kind of those heartbreaks, in the last class, you saw that we had a really good battle going between Hunter on the stock Tomos versus Jordan.
Was that for second or third?
That was, I believe, for third.
Okay.
Yeah, that was for third because Shane was in second. And unfortunately, Jordan ran into some clutch issues. That's why he came off the track. I don't know if he's trying to put in the work to do unlimited. I know he's got other options, but
I'll go check.
Yeah, he oftentimes is. We'll see what happens. And again, we're fortunate enough that the track owners aren't in a rush. We're trying to be courteous to them, and yeah, it just works out really well as far as that. So that's why there's a little bit bigger gap between this race and the previous races. But we'll get it going. I expect this field to be a decent size overall. I gotta find my list for it. It was actually kind of a small during the heats, but a lot of people don't do the unlimited heat going into the finals. So this is also an opportunity because people don't do the heat. They don't get a pole position, so they start at the back, and sometimes those people are good, and so it makes for a lot of lap traffic and just passing.
A little update on Jordan's bike. He does have the clutch cover off. They are investigating. I don't think he's going to get anything done in time, but he's a curious soul, to say the least.
Ambient.
Yep. Get the ambient noise going again. So
Yeah, we got some bikes. We got some bikes firing up, so it's getting it there. Yeah, with any luck, I see Shane's got a GoPro on the back of his. You might see some on board from some of these. He might have just heard me and is turning it on. So yeah, we try to post as much content as we can on this stuff, but when you're here and you're out in the moment, especially if you're an organizer or a helper or just working on a bike, it's hard to do a lot of those things all at once. So that's why we're trying to do this. So hopefully, I'm plugging it again, Tyler. Come out.
Race.
Yep. Every year we get a lot of people asking a lot of questions about the rules every year. And my answer has pretty much been the same. Just bring it. We'll get you on the track. That's the main concern you should have. Just build what you want to build. We'll get you in the class you belong in.
It's pretty hard to class out of unlimited.
Yes. I can't imagine a bike we haven't done it to yet. We have done it.
Sort of like a motorcycle.
Yeah. But it looks like Tim's this is where this might come.
Redemption.
Yeah.
Maybe at play.
Yeah, I think Tim's wanting to get back out there. And in terms of unlimited, he has the best. He's in the pole position for unlimited. Shane did not do the heat, but he's clearly getting his bike ready for this. He has a specific bike for this class that's pretty absurd.
What makes it have to be? Or he just chooses to only ride it in unlimited?
It's a 50cc kit, but it's a scooter kit, I believe.
Okay.
And it's one of the ones that's kind of in one of the grayer areas of our rules, and that creates its issues. But if he wasn't totally dominating on it, and was common, we'd let him race in the variated, no questions on it. He might have raced it in the variated, and I just didn't notice. But Shane just has too many bikes out here.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of more Shane bikes, James, California, riding a Shane Loaner.
It's the same one he rode in the variated
and
class.
And he's actually in grid position 2. He has the second best time for the time trials for Unlimited.
Yeah, as far as like, hopefully Jordan can get out there because he had a good battle in the heats with Tom Cordwin on the stock derby. So it'll be interesting to see. Hunter's getting out here again. He didn't finish. He started the heat, so he's going to be in the back of the grid. I don't know if he just chose to dive out in that or not. But yeah, it's like Tyler said it already. It's a chance definitely for redemption for Tim. So that's where I think the fun will be. Will be Tim versus Hunter, and then Shane and James will be where a lot of the fun's at. But Ed does good on his stock derby, even in the unlimited class.
Right.
So he might pull some surprises. Sometimes the time differences on the stock bikes compared to the crazy bikes aren't out of the realm.
That's how you know that the limits are being pushed. So here we go, Unlimited class finals, last race of the day. Parade lap on screen now. They're going to head to the starting line, grid up, and we will begin the final race of MopedGP Midwest.
Yeah, in this class, there's no one that hasn't been in it yet. As far as just to kind of read who's in it this time, again, it's Tim Lawson on a Peugeot, James Culver on a loaner Moped from Shane Johnson, Edward Manhart on his Derby flat reed on a Peugeot frame stock class bike. Jordan wasn't able to get out there, so he's not out there. But you got Tom Cordwin on another Derby flat reed stock class bike. We have Hunter Malone on a Hobbit that's been heavily modified by Jesse Stevenson with a rear clutch pulley. We have Josh Davidson out there on a Hobbit that's pretty mild build, but he's getting comfortable in those corners. He's getting a lot of practice in. Jake Kane on Toby, so we can't count out. He didn't do the practice, so he's starting at the back with Shane Johnson. And so that could be a fun battle, them trying to get around all the traffic. This might end up being the race I didn't expect a lot of fun, and it's about to start. So Tim's going to be interested, and there it goes. So Shane coming around hard. He might get the whole shot, but no, Tim got the whole shot. But Shane in second, James in third, Ed in fourth. Toby's behind Ed and Hunter. James holding people out in fourth there going in. We're going to come around to the first downhill into this hairpin and see if anything changes. We're going to watch this as it comes around. We definitely have Tim, then Shane, then Ed, then Hunter, then James, Toby, Jake Kane on Toby trying to make it. It's a battle between James and Toby down the straight. So those are pretty evenly matched bikes, actually. So pretty good run on that. We're going to cut over because that grouping's staying pretty tight in the unlimited class.
I think that might be the tightest grouping of any start so far.
So we got it over there ready to call it out when it comes over because we're on that back side. It doesn't take long. We might have someone that went down because I see Mac running, but we'll see out the back. So Tim's the lead, and Hunter, I think Hunter's in second. So Ed's causing some passing difficulties for some people, but you're supposed to race your line. But he's right with it. Oh man, Hunter's having bike issues, so he's coming off the track. Oh, pipe baffle's gone. He should have just kept running. Just the baffle's gone. It's loud. He's just calling it.
He's had a long day. I can't blame him.
So into the hairpin. We'll call this and then we'll come back to it. So Tim's doing good. So followed by the Toby, followed by Ed on the stock bike. James. Shane must have went down back there. Shane, I think
he's just coming up to the starting line now.
Yeah, I think Shane had a problem because I saw someone riding in the back. So Shane,
we saw the track marshal Mac run over the hill. We thought something might be wrong, and it looks like Shane must have went down and is calling it. Yeah, so we got two that are just diving out of the unlimited. So it's Tim's chance to get a pull to get on the position there. So Shane and Hunter are out of the race.
So we got it's Tim versus Jake, and then James is in it. It looks like it could be a fun battle. Stock bike of Ed's versus James on a loaner bike. And so that could be where the fun's at.
So coming back to the hairpin here, we'll call them as they come through. It's tight.
So yeah. Oh, it's here we go down the straight. They'll see like
That's Tim and Jake Kane really tight, followed by James, followed by Ed. Also, it looks like who's battling there?
it's Josh Davidson versus Tom Cordwin.
Also a close battle. Here they come down the downhill into the hairpin.
Yeah, so that'd be the battle for 5th, and I think that's all the remainers. So there's 6 people in this race now because we had 2 dive out. Started with 8.
Here they go around the corner. It's close for them. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that because it's fun. Even when they're not the fastest bikes, the battles is where you have the most fun.
Here we go, back to the starting line.
So,
Tim and Jake still battling neck and neck, followed by I think it's brain farting James.
Yep. James. So James got some pole, or Ed took a corner maybe wrong back there, but Ed's on a stock bike. Like you can't understate how well he's doing in this, regardless. Like. On a stock bike.
Yep.
So, but yeah, it seems like the real battle then is the 1st and 2nd battle, and then finally the 5th and 6th battle.
Here we go, tuning in on the 5th and 6th battle between Josh Davison and Tom Cordwin?
Yeah, it's Cordwin on that. Too many
like,
Toms.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a gap there, so Tom pulled away a bit.
Yeah, too many Toms, too many Tylers and Moped. Sorry, Toms and Tylers.
And Travis's.
How many Travises do you know?
Too many T's.
Too many T's. There we go.
All right, coming back to the starting lines, checking in on that battle for 1st and 2nd. Close between Tim and Toby, but Tim's been holding it the whole way.
Yeah.
Again, it's hard to know if Jake is giving it all or just buying his time to make that final push in the last lap or 2.
Yeah, and Tim, you can see Tim's being a little. I think Tim's being a little timid in the corner he went down. I really do.
Yeah, that's an important thing to consider.
Like
he wrecked the last race.
Like he I think. Oh, but and Jake was putting pressure there. If you didn't see that,
oh, we did. I had the camera right.
Like you could see Jake's tire was front tire was right at the back of Tim's in that corner. But James is not letting the gap grow. So James might come out of nowhere and maybe sneak a 3rd.
So checking in on that battle again between Josh and Tom. Still kind of close. Tom still in front. Doesn't seem to be gaining a ton. But still anyone's race.
And still now just coming over, you're seeing that's Tim still in the lead. But down this straight is where Jake will push and get some distance. But I feel like Tim's inching out just a little each lap, but it's just the tiniest bit. But it'll be interesting coming down the straight in there.
And lap traffic is now going to become a factor.
Yeah, because here comes, they're coming right on him. So
there goes Tom and Josh, and there's Tim and Jake.
And then James should be coming down it right now.
James is after it. Late braking as ever.
So we're on that backside, and anything happens back there. Like again, that's where Shane had something go on back there.
It's coming into frame now. No one to battle, unfortunately. Let's take it back to the starting line.
Oh, no, that's the lap traffic.
That's the lap traffic.
So this is Tim just got some distance.
Tim got some breathing room with that lap traffic. You can see a big gap, but not a huge gap, but a gap between him and Toby now as they had to fight lap traffic. And, you know, some of that doesn't even come down to how great you are passing. It just comes down to the portion of the track.
Yeah.
You know, the person in front could get lucky and come up on that lap traffic in the straight, blast past them, and now this guy gets stuffed in the corner.
Yep.
So lap traffic definitely keeps it interesting. Big gap there. Will be interesting to see if I think I saw the green flag, so 2 laps to go.
Yeah, the green flag's out. 2 laps.
But now James is pulling away. That was lap traffic. But
yeah. So the lap traffic of the impact. James creating the tighter run again between Josh and Tom Cordwin.
Yeah, so that's a tighter battle again.
I think at this point Ed's just kind of cruising and just finishing out the race. Yeah, so he's pretty secure in 4th position.
All right, coming back to the starting line.
So
Jake Kane maybe closing a bit.
I think
lap though.
Yeah, he closed a little bit in that lap, so I think he's pushing hard. It's good to see Tim out there. I think Tim's gonna dial back and just try to hold his line. Like I don't think I think once he's past this corner, he's pretty solid. I haven't seen him go down in that corner before, even though I've seen so many people go down in that corner.
Josh is pretty tight on Tom. See how that shakes out in this last lap.
So here comes the hairpin right there. I mean, Jake closed it a little bit there.
It's definitely closer than it was in the main straight by the start.
Yeah, it just depends on how bad Tim's feeling the pressure there. So there's James in third. He's kind of in his own. He's on his own race at this point, I think.
All right, last lap.
It's going to be interesting to see what comes over the back hill for first and second.
Let's cut over now. Cut to the pit grid. I think you get a little bit more angle.
You get to see it a little early. So they're coming up right now, so we can probably zoom in.
Yeah, Tim's in the lead.
So as long as this corner goes well and he holds it, yeah, he had to do a little glance back. It was a line finish there. So they're gonna parade out.
So there we go, unlimited class winner, Tim Lawson, as they shake hands on the up chicane, not on the camera at the moment. Followed by
James in third.
James on the loaner bike, flying in from California, and then I think it's Ed. I don't think it's
Ed would be next, and then these guys have one more lap technically, but they're flagging them off. Yeah. So that's it right there. Did James go down, or did we see James go by?
He went by.
No, okay, sorry. That's it for more or less GP Midwest. We're gonna cut it off. We'll say this. Were there any questions that you saw?
Someone was telling the chat how much they weigh, which brings
Okay.
the point. We did survey.
So we have data on the weight, and as far as the heaviest person that's been on a bike on the track this weekend is Dwayne. Kaler or Collar, I apologize on your last name, Dwayne, at 260. We have a couple other people in the mid 200s that have been on the track and racing in the classes. So yeah, and then Shane's a lean 220, I think he said.
Yeah.
So there's your data. Outside of that, we'll check any other questions.
It takes time for
Yeah.
There's a delay there.
We'll look back. We can answer a couple more before we cut it, but that's more or less it. Only other thing I want to say that I've said probably 30 times now: come out with a bike.
It's fun.
The only other thing left to more or less, I guess, would be to plug is we are also going to be doing a dirt race just south of Omaha. It's an endurance race, but just bring a bike that you know runs, put some knobbies on it, you'll have fun.
Information about that is available on Facebook. The event's called MopedGP Dirt. It's also available on Moped Army in the general form.
So, and then other than that, you can bring multiple bikes to be prepared just so you can keep riding. You'll see more details on that. But I guess leave off while we wait for some questions, some more thank yous.
Some more shout outs. Again, thank you to Shane and Tom Harmet for sort of taking the torch here and making the event continue.
Mac for doing the dirty work in the pits and flagging. It is one of the more thankless jobs out here.
Also, obviously the track owners and operators. Huge thank you for them.
It's Cartway 61 in Delmar, Iowa. Again, if you check them out, if you can get out, want track time, and just want to dork around on a moped, hit them up.
They have an amazing track. They pour concrete for a living, so you know it's good. Incredible lighting system, so we can get some night racing in, and a great timing system. So on that note, they will upload all the times to, I believe, Speed Hive. So hopefully we'll have official sort of results and timings available online, probably within a few days.
Yeah.
And then the last shout out again to Treatland for sending some swag to raffle off and help recouping some of the money that it takes to make these events happen. And then lastly, thanks to everyone who shows up and everyone watching, because spreading the moped love, it's a riot. It's super fun.
Yeah, so thank you all. Simple as that. We'll look and see if there's any questions that popped up.
Nope.
We're gonna call it then, and we're gonna try and do this next time. Let us know what you think.
Bye.